Дмитрий, вы меня слышите? Sarah, could you hear me now? I can't hear you. Dmitry, could you hear Sarah?
Can you hear me now? Yeah? Okay, great. Great. And now if you speak, can you speak also?
Yeah. Right now I'm speaking in English channel and you can't hear me. Yeah.
Yes, okay, perfect.
Okay. Могилев, переключите, пожалуйста, канал. Вы, наверное, не включили перевод. Включите перевод на русский.
Аня, я на русском канале. Я на русском канале, Ань. Слышишь меня?
Так, выключи оригинальный звук. Я сейчас тоже на русском. Ты меня слышишь, правильно?
Но до этого я слышала только английскую.
Sarah, you hear me right now?
I hear you, yes.
You should change your channel because it's Russian.
Okay. Oh, and it says English here. And now I have the Russian channel on. But
No, it should be right now. I'm in English now. Could you hear me?
yeah.
So, and you in English?
No,
Yes.
yeah. I here it says Russian, but I can hear you. So maybe it's a switch.
Strange.
Yeah.
But you in English, correct?
Yeah.
You button English.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, my button is Russian now. It says Russian.
Yeah. Могилев, вы не должны ее слышать.
Я не знаю, русский канал включен, но я слышу
мы вас слышим.
разговоры.
И оригинальный звук у вас выключен сейчас.
Сейчас выключила оригинальный звук. Наверное,
Да, у вас должен быть выключен, чтобы вы не слышали посторонних звуков, потому что пока не работает переводчик, вы будете слышать тогда все остальное.
Хорошо. Давай попробуй сейчас. Ты на английском что-то Саре скажешь, а я услышу или не услышу.
I'm just speaking to check if Могилев can't hear me.
Okay.
Все, хорошо, я не слышу вас.
Отлично, все. Сейчас я на русском, Сара меня не слышит, вы меня слышите, вы не слышите Сару.
I can hear you now. Huh? Is that how it's supposed to be, or should I not be hearing any Russian?
Я снова ее слышу.
It's strange, Sarah, you can't hear Russian.
Тебя не слышу,
When you're in English.
Ань. А Сара вот до этого что говорила? Я ее
I am in, yeah, so wait.
Сейчас я ее слышу.
Now I'm in English.
Yeah, you're in English and you shouldn't hear Russian. But maybe it's because Dmitry didn't speak.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, we will start and
Теперь
see
не
what it-
слышу, хорошо.
Yeah.
Мы подключились, нас слышно? Слышно ли Боровлян?
Слышно.
Дмитрий, вы готовы уже? Добрый день.
Добрый, мы почти готовы.
Вот сейчас смотреть. Алиса, посередине. Он загорается, когда мы говорим.
Сара, good morning, на русском. Сара, добрый день, мы готовы. Боровляны готовы. Таня Бахмут, что у тебя?
Мы готовы, давайте начинать.
У Сары выключен звук, и Боровляны, и Могилев готовы, чтобы начинать. Спасибо.
Hi, good morning. Just one note for the organizers. I am not able to change the virtual background in Zoom. Just tried it, but this is going to be the background today. So can I start the training? Are both groups ready? Okay, perfect. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone can see me. So I just said I cannot change the background in Zoom today. So you are actually looking at my working room at home. It is a little bit messy. I'm very sorry about that. So welcome to day 2 of the training of child sexual abuse. This is the second day. We had the first day last Friday. I hope you all felt good afterwards, and also that you are energized today and ready to start the training again. In a short while, I will start introducing the topics of today. But before I do that, I want you to do a short exercise in the group together with your group facilitator. It is exercise 1 in the manual for the group facilitators, the check-in exercise. Because as said before, you know, we are addressing a difficult topic. I think it's important to check from time to time how everybody feels and to share that with each other. So let's start with that today. I give you 15 minutes and then we will be back here in 15 minutes, both groups. Is that okay? Okay, thank you. Good luck. See you in 15 minutes. Hello, everyone. I can see Mogilov is done already. What about the other group? Because I don't have any, I cannot see the video camera is off from the other group, from Borovliani. I have put some things in the chat. Can anyone respond to me, please? Either in chat or verbally. Okay, I can read now that they are also ready. Okay, can you see them? Okay, sorry, I can see them now, but they are below in my screen. Let me see. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so welcome back. Group facilitators, can you quickly let me know the outcome of the check-in? How, in general, do your participants feel today?
Если получится фото смайликов, мы перешлем в чат Zoom. Коллеги отмечали, участники нашего тренинга отмечали, что достаточно непросто кому-то было покидать пятницу с такой темой. Вот. Но это был конец недели, это достаточно сложно, но многие отмечали, что в принципе хорошо. И на сегодняшний день, в принципе, все готовы к работе, все в хорошем настроении.
Thank you very much. It's good to hear that, and I can understand that. Yeah, it felt heavy maybe on Friday. That's normal. Thank you. And the other group, Borovliani. Hopefully, I could pronounce that correctly.
I'm so sorry, Borovliani lost connection once more. We tried to maybe to change the computer or whatever, because other computers are okay in the same network. So we'll try to change something.
Okay, so Borovliani lost connection. Should I already continue, or should I wait for them to
You should continue, and we just say what we're doing right now to do this offline.
Okay, okay, good. Okay, so okay, then we will just move.
Тренинг, мы меняем ноутбук.
I can hear.
Я сейчас приду, Олеся, по-моему. Сейчас будем менять ноутбук. Sorry, Sarah.
Okay, someone is speaking Russian in the English channel. Okay, so let us continue then. Thank you. And I'll move my slides. I will quickly tell you what we will do today and Friday. So last week on Friday, we started on day one with we had quite a lot of theory about the topic of child sexual abuse. So we talked about how often it happens and who the victims are, who the perpetrators are. And we also took time to share experiences. Actually, you did that among yourselves. And we did not manage to do the third part of today about the workshops with children because we did not have the time. I asked you to read your workbook about this. There was information in your workbook to do workshops with children and also exercises. So I would like to ask, did anyone have a question about that, or was everything clear?
Участники сказали, что они читали упражнения, пока на данный момент вопросов не возникло.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so today we will talk about, we will go a little bit in more detail, and we will talk about how to recognize child sexual abuse. So we will start by discussing the most important signs that you could recognize in children and in potential abusers. And also after that, and we will also then talk actually about the effect of child sexual abuse on children, because once you really understand the effects, then you can also better recognize it when it happens. So that will be a big part of today. After the break, we will discuss in more detail how you can evaluate and assess behavior of children to see if it's healthy, normal sexual behavior, or if it's inappropriate behavior. Because when there's really a case of child sexual abuse, it's sometimes it can be very clear that it's not, that the behavior is not good. But in many cases, you may doubt, you may ask yourself, what is normal, what is not normal? So we will talk about that and also do exercises to learn to recognize which type of behavior is normal behavior and which should be addressed because it's inappropriate and potentially harmful. So, and then later today, we will also talk about, because once you recognize child sexual abuse, it is important to know what to do next. So later today, we will talk about how to respond when children disclose, so tell you about sexual abuse if they are a victim. And we will also talk about what you need to do next to stop the abuse and what steps you need to take. And at the end of the day, and I hope today we will make it in time, so I will try to hurry a little bit. We will also discuss how you can discuss with children to set boundaries. Because one very important way of preventing child sexual abuse is to learn children, to teach children how they can set physical boundaries. And in order to do that, children first need to know what their body is, what their body parts are, and which body parts are private, cannot be touched or talked about by other people. So we will discuss this, and we will, in the workbook that you have, there are quite a lot of exercises that you can do with children. These are very relevant, I think, to do in a workshop. And we will go through them And if we have enough time, we will practice a few of them as well. So this is the outline for today, basically. Here you see the schedule. It's a bit similar as last week. I will try to give some theory, and you will be doing a lot of exercises with the group. Because last week I heard that there was a bit too much theory and a bit too much talking, and especially considering the technical problems that we may face, and also the fact that everything needs to be translated. It can be a bit difficult to follow all the theory and all the talking from my side. So I tried today to limit that a little bit more. And there will be a bit more exercises that you will be doing in the group with your group facilitator. I would like to note that it is important, since you know what I can do from here, from behind my screen, is of course limited. I cannot have the same interaction as we would have if we were all together in one room. So please let me know when something is not clear. You need to be proactive in asking questions. Ask your group facilitator, tell me or tell them what you need. This is extra important. And I also want to mention again, you have a workbook in front of you. Today you got the second part of it. There is a lot of material there that I will also address today in the presentation, but that if you missed some of the parts, then please also read the workbook, because a lot of the information is also in there. And it never hurts to repeat also. So I really recommend reading that. Okay, so let me see if I forgot something. I look to the side because I have my other screen here again. Okay. So let's move on to the first part of today. It is about recognizing signs of sexual abuse. So we will address the most important signs and also the consequences, so the impact of sexual abuse on children. And we will look at signs at the level of the child, but also at the level of a potential perpetrator. One thing I would like to say in advance about recognizing signs of child sexual abuse, it is very important to realize that your role when you work with children as a professional, that you have, of course, you have a responsibility to be alert and recognize signs of abuse when they happen, and to respond in an adequate way when it happens. So that is important, but it is also important to realize that your role will be very, very limited, always. Because as we also discussed on day one, most of this child sexual abuse will eventually go unnoticed. This is a very sad reality, but sadly it is true. Many children that experience child sexual abuse will never show any sign. And in many cases of child sexual abuse, there will be no evidence, because perpetrators tend to be very good at hiding it and picking out the children that where they can hide it very well. So it is important to realize, because we don't want to, you know, if we work with children, you don't want to become over alert. And yeah, it is also important to realize that many of the signs that children can show when they are abused, those are signs that they can also show in other type of cases, or that can have other causes. For example, physical violence, or a lot of stress in the home, or stress from school. So some of these signs are not only about child sexual abuse. Okay, so having said that, let's start. And I thought it would be good to start with a short exercise here, because I thought maybe many of you already know signs of abuse, and it's good to start with that, to talk about it and to see what you already know, and then I can just add to that knowledge later. So I would like to ask the group facilitators, please start with exercise 9 in the menu, listing signs of child sexual abuse. I think you will need about 10-15 minutes again. And I will be waiting here. Just come back whenever you are ready and show a hand or tell me in the chat, and we will pick it up from there. Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Just to check sound. Is it okay for us? Или хорошо нас слышно? Кто-нибудь махните рукой. Или Сара, или переводчик. Хорошо, со звуком. У нас была проверка звука. Нас правильно, потому что вы приняли команду.
education to be applied in schools as well, because we noticed that
Okay, it looks like both groups are finished. Can I start again? I don't hear anything, or oh, I see something in the chat. Okay, some more minutes for Mogilov. That's okay. Okay, I will start again in 3 more minutes. Okay, great. Mogilov is ready. Boroviani as well, I think. So I guess I can start again with the presentation. Let's see. Here we are. Okay, so both groups are ready. Great. Thank you for letting me know. We will quickly continue with some theory, and then we will do a coffee break. It is a bit, everything is a little bit delayed but of course we started quite late this morning, so I will try to hurry a little bit. So please have a seat again, everyone. I will not ask you to report back to me what you just discussed because it will take extra time. I only want to know, are there any questions to me, or should I continue with explaining the signs?
Вопросов к вам не было. Ну, нужно было побольше времени, чтобы обсудить. Это действительно не быстрое упражнение.
Боровлян тоже
I
вопросов не
understand.
было, но времени не нужно было.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. It is very good that you took more time. It's a good sign also, because that means there was already a lot to think that participants knew and could think about. I will now go through my list of signs, and I want to say in advance, this information is also in the workbooks. So if you miss something now, you can read it there. Okay, so if you talk about recognizing signs of child sexual abuse, you can look at physical signs, behavior signs, and emotional signs. We will start with the physical signs that children that are victims of abuse may show. Keep in mind, they may also not show these signs. Actually, in fact, most children who are victims of abuse do not show these signs. But if you see them, they are clear and you should definitely act upon them. So for physical signs, things you could notice would be difficulty with walking or sitting as a result of the abuse, pregnancy or venereal or STD disease. This is especially if this happens to children under 14, it can very well mean that they have been experiencing abuse. If the children are over 14, this can of course also be the result of voluntary sexual relationship with a person of the same age. So then it's not abuse, but the child still needs help, of course. And bruising or bleeding in the genital area, the breast, the buttocks, lower abdomen, or the thighs. So basically all the private parts of the children. In general, all these physical signs, they happen rarely. Most, as was shared before, most abuse does not involve also physical violence, so very often there are no bruises or other signs on the body. Let me see if I can go to the next slide. More often you would be able to notice signs in the behavior of a child. And before I continue, I want to say later on today we will look at different signs for different age groups. Now we just look at general signs. So if you look at the behavior of a child who has been a victim of abuse, it can happen that they show very adult-like sexually explicit language suddenly, or that they have suddenly some knowledge about sex that children that age normally do not have. You can see it in their language, but also in the way they behave, gestures they make, the way they play. If these things just do not reflect, how the child normally behaves, if it's a sudden change, then it can be a sign of abuse. An unusual fear of a certain person or a certain place, this can also indicate abuse, but it can of course also indicate another negative experience with a person or at a certain place. Keeping secrets, this is a very important one. if children talk about secrets, of having secrets, or are certainly very secretive, this can also be a sign of abuse, especially since, as we know, many of the cases of child sexual abuse happen between a child and a person that he or she knows and trusts. This may be a family member or someone else in the environment. These people often start a sort of building a relationship with the child and tell the child that they need to keep the abuse secret. So secrets are a very important theme around child sexual abuse. Also, when you do awareness raising, it is good to address this topic with children. That you can have secrets, but that there are certain secrets that are good and other secrets that are not good to keep. Running away from home is also can be a sign if the abuse happens in the home. Of course, when children report child sexual abuse, or when their parents or another caregiver makes a report, it should always be taken serious. Because it's one of the clearest signs that you may ever get. It can also be that the child itself discloses about it, or a friend of the child, also another child who has witnessed it or heard about it. And this telling you about it, it can be directly that they tell you about it, but it can also be in an indirect, hidden way. For example, children may leave certain clues, like giving I cannot think of it right now, an example, but children can give clues. For example, something happened in my room last night, or the doctor is not a safe place to go, or any other type of clue that gives you a sort of a gut feeling. That can also be a sign of abuse, because children tend not to talk about it directly, also because they often don't know what's happening to them or are not sure about it. So by giving clues, they try to also check what your reaction is. Another important sign to notice is regressive behavior. So this may include suddenly returning to behavior that they used to have when they were younger, wetting the bed, or thumb sucking. An older child suddenly start doing that again, can be a sign of abuse or any other negative experience. Self-destructive behavior, including self-mutilation or suicidal thoughts or attempts even. This is, of course, very extreme. Also, an important one is suddenly if children have extra money or certain gifts, expensive gifts. If that happens and you notice this and it's unclear where it comes from, it can also be a sign of abuse, because it can be a sign that they, someone has, a person has what we call groomed them. So manipulated them and built a relationship with the goal of abusing them. And this often involves that children are receiving gifts or money to keep the relationship going, basically, and also to make sure that children keep it a secret. And similar with the last one that is mentioned here in the sheet, talking about a new older friend. If children suddenly have an older friend and it's unclear who this person is or how they know him, this may also be a sign, because it's not normal behavior for children. Basically, what you can keep in mind about behavioral signs, it is important that any sudden remarkable change in behavior is something that you need to be alert or discuss, talk about with the child, because it may be referring to abuse. Also, suddenly children getting aggressive or very clingy, or sleeping problems or things like that. If it starts suddenly, then be alert. Then emotional signs, a little bit overlap with the behavioral signs, of course. So as said, sudden changes, also in eating patterns, in sleeping, if they suddenly get nightmares, aggression, or also overly compliant behavior. If it's a very extreme, it can be a sign. Sudden decrease in confidence, self-image. This is also a very important consequence of child sexual abuse. And also a sudden loss of interest in school, in their activities that they normally like, hanging out with friends. If they suddenly lose all appetite for doing stuff that they normally like, this can also be a sign. And self-harm, we already said that. And you know, many of these problems, they arise because when a child experiences abuse, this can lead to a difficulty in concentration and also in learning. So, for example, at school, their grades suddenly become lower. And then there are some signs that are more typical for younger children. Of course, abuse can happen from children of a very young age, but also children of 15, 16-year-olds. And there is a difference in the signs they show. It is especially difficult to notice signs in a younger child, of course, especially if they cannot verbalize any yet. But also if the younger they are, the more difficult it is to notice signs and also to talk about it with them. But some of the things that you could notice maybe is, as said before, the regressive behavior. So a child behaving like he or she is younger, suddenly starting bedwetting when they already finished that, and thumb sucking. Having new words for private body parts. It's always good to question where these words are coming from, where they learned them. When a child suddenly resists removing clothes during appropriate times, so when they take a bath or go to the toilet, when they suddenly don't want to remove their clothes or don't want you to do that. When children show sexual behavior towards other children, so when they ask other children to behave in a sexual way, or they play games that are explicitly sexual, so not the normal playing doctor or mother and father that children often do. It's normal that children experiment with playing and also with exploring their own body or the body of another child. It's not a strange thing, but if it becomes explicitly sexual, for example, they use explicit terms, or they make certain movements that clearly refer to sex, it is also good, always good to ask where they learned that and how they know about this, because it's not normal knowledge, of course, for younger children. The same with if they mimic adult behavior, sexual behavior, for example, with a toy or with a doll or with a stuffed animal. And also wetting and soiling accidents unrelated to toilet training. So of course, children who are not finished their toilet training yet, it's normal that they haven't, but when they do and they suddenly start wetting themselves or soiling the bed again, then that may also be a sign of abuse. So this is a short recap of day one, but it's good to keep in mind when you want to recognize child abuse, it's good to have in mind which children are most at risk of being abused, so more vulnerable for abuse. These are children that are not living with their biological family, for example, children in the institution, children with a mental or physical disability. Girls in general are more at risk. children from the belonging to the LGBT community, children that are poor, children that are from a broken home or who have a parent that abuses alcohol or drugs, and also children who have already experienced abuse, any form of abuse in the past. So these are not necessarily signs, but these are things to keep in mind when you recognize child abuse. These children, you need to be more alert with these children. Okay, then now we've talked about the signs that you could notice in a child. You can also notice signs on the level of the perpetrator or the potential perpetrator. This can be, and I go through this a little bit fast because you have this in your workbook as well, you can read this. They can be unduly protective of the child or limit the child's contact. They can be secretive and isolated from the community. They can insist on physical attention with the child, kissing the child, hugging, even if the child shows that he does not want it. This is also an important one. It's normal that people may hug or kiss a child that they know, but if they really insist on it and while the child is struggling, this is not normal behavior. They may be overly interested in the sexual development of the child. They insist on time alone. Always keep in mind, abuse can actually only happen when people have spent time alone with a child. So if people really try to organize that and there's no particular reason, then be alert. And the last one here is spend most of the spare time with children and have little interest in spending time with people of their own age. This can also be alarming if an adult person does not really spend time with other adults, but only with children. And some more childs on the level of signs on the level of the perpetrator. If they always offer to babysit children or take the children home for overnight sleeping outings. If they buy very expensive gifts for children or give money for no apparent reason, so not for a birthday party or something. People who frequently walk in on children or young people in the bathroom. Apparently maybe by accident, but if it happens all the time, then of course it's quite strange. And they may also treat a particular child as a favorite, so making them feel special, but also the other way around. So they may pick on the child, they may seek them out and be negative. So these are signs on the level of the perpetrator. Also, looking back at what we discussed in day one about perpetrators, here it's good to keep in mind who are the people who are abusing children. The abuser can be an adult, but keep in mind it can also be a child. One third of the child abuse happens by children. They may be often older children. So don't only look for adult perpetrators. It can happen easily also among children. Keep that always in mind. Most abusers are male, but a female can also abuse a child. And 9 out of 10 children are abused by someone they know or are related to. And most abuse happens in the home. Having said all this, keep in mind you can never pick an abuser in a crowd. So anyone from all ages, from all ethnic groups, from all layers of society, everybody can be an abuser. So these things still important to keep in mind when you try to recognize child abuse. And then some other important things to realize when you want to learn recognizing child sexual abuse. If you see only one sign, normally that doesn't mean that a child was abused. Or it should be a very clear sign. Of course it can be, but normally if it's only one sign, it doesn't say a lot, of course. But if the there are several signs present, then you should start asking questions and thinking about the seeking help, talking to the child, or seeking other professional help in this case, because this may be a clear sign that abuse is happening. And many of the signs that I mentioned can also arise at other times of stress. For example, if a child's parents are going through a divorce, if a child loses a family member, or if he has other trauma or problems at school, bullying. So always keep that in mind. All these signs are important, but they do not necessarily lead to the child being a victim of sexual abuse, but still the child may be in need of help. Well, as said, anyone can be an offender, so it's not only the strange, older, isolated man. It can be a woman, it can be a younger person, it can be a rich person, it can be anyone. And keep in mind that the physical signs are rare, so it doesn't happen a lot that you would see them. If it is, then always respond directly and go to also to see a doctor with the child. All these signs that I said are also in the workbook on page, I think 16 and 17. So if you missed something now, we went through it quickly. Just have a look there and read them. Some of the impact that child sexual abuse has, it's important to understand the broader consequences of abuse, including the emotional impact, because if you understand this well and you recognize this, this may also be helpful in identifying cases of child abuse. And of course, here again, they can result from abuse, but also from other experiences. So emotional impact can be low self-esteem, depression, anxiety, aggressive or anger issues, relationship difficulties, and then this is also later on in the future, alienation, withdrawal, personality disorders, clinginess, neediness, flashbacks, and nightmares. And then there are also more long-term consequences. Problems at school, ending up in prostitution often happens also, or teen pregnancy, suicidal attempts, criminal or antisocial behavior, alcohol and drug abuse, eating disorders, and later on in life, spousal abuse or becoming a child of sex offender yourself, repeating the cycle. And also online circulation or images and videos. This may also be a long-term consequence. I mean, if there is someone is making an image of a child abuse and puts it online, this can stay online forever and also affect the life of the child in the future. This is what we call re-victimization. Every time a child experiences negative effects of the abuse again, it is re-victimized. And oh, sorry, yeah, this is the one I need. We are almost done with this part. It's also good to keep in mind the impact of child sexual abuse, and this is not really a sign that you can visibly see, but it's good to know. Child sexual abuse, the impact of it can be so harmful that it even affects the brain. Here you have a visual of two brains. The first one is that of a child who has experienced abuse, and the second one is of a child who has not. And I'm not a neuroscientist, so I don't know exactly, of course, what this means. But what I do know is children who have experienced severe child sexual abuse and have been traumatized, they can actually on a scan see differences, especially in the frontal lobe, so in the front of the brain. And this, of course, may have impact on their development and also on their personality when they grow up. So in conclusion so what we now address are the most important and most, how do I say, visible signs of child sexual abuse in a child and in a perpetrator. In reality, many of these will never be showing, so will never be visible. Keep that in mind. What is more likely is that you will see something, witness a situation, or see a child and have something happens that creates what we call a gut feeling. So a feeling like, okay, something is not right here, without being able to put your finger on what it exactly is. This is how it often recognizing signs of abuse often happens. If you have that, if you start feeling uncomfortable, it may be true that something is happening, but it may be, you need information to be able to act. So after the break, we will also talk a little bit more about these type of situations that you see certain behavior in the child, and what you can do to assess that in that situation, and how you can assess the behavior of the children involved. And also later today, we will talk more about, if you notice these kind of things, how can you start talking to a child or anyone else about it to find out more. Okay, so last thing I want to say about signs of abuse is that recognizing signs of child sexual abuse, this is the first step in ending the abuse for this particular child. So it's very important, but not only ending this case of abuse, it also helps other children, because every case of child sexual abuse that is ended also means that that perpetrator cannot hurt other children anymore. So it's also a means of a way of preventing abuse from getting worse and preventing other children from being abused. Are there any questions at this point?
Вопросов нет, спасибо.
Боровляны тоже вопросов нет.
Okay, perfect. So thank you very much for listening. We're going to have a 15-minute break now. So let's be back at 12 o'clock. Is that okay for you? Because then we save a little bit of time. We do a little bit shorter break. And then we continue from there.
Учитывая, что у нас перерыв продлился, будем ли мы на обед уходить в 12:30? Нам важно согласовать это с кафе.
Yes. If we are back at 12, we will continue for half an hour, and then at 12:30, we will start the lunch break. Is that okay? Or
Давайте, наверное, чуть позже, потому что если мы 12,
what, can you please ask what do they suggest? What do they want?
Будет очень быстро. Давайте ближе к часу. Пожалуйста. Да. Часу.
Олесь, предложение обед в час сделать?
Да, предложение сделать обед в час.
Сара, как?
Let's do that. So come back at 12, we continue to 1, and then at 1 we do the lunch break. Perfect. Thank you.
Боровляны готовы.
Могилев готов.
Okay, are both groups ready? I see Mogilov is, but I don't have an answer from the other group. Great. Okay, so then we will continue. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice break. We will now continue for 1 hour, and then at 1 o'clock we will have lunch. So before the break, we discussed signs of child sexual abuse. We will now move on to the next part, and we will talk about how to recognize inappropriate sexual behavior and how to distinguish this from normal, healthy sexual behavior. This is actually a step before recognizing signs of abuse. Because, you know, when you recognize signs of abuse, the abuse has already happened. If you learn how to recognize and identify inappropriate behavior, this may actually be a step before the abuse is going to happen. And so if you learn how to identify this in an early stage and also how to address this to children, then you may contribute to the prevention of sexual abuse. So it is very important. It's a very important subject. Also because often people, adults, but even more children, are not aware that their behavior is not appropriate. They are in a learning phase in their lives. So identifying this behavior and talking to them about it may teach them what is appropriate and what is not. And sometimes children or adults, they do know that something is not appropriate, but they just don't know how to address it. So if they see it in other children or it's happening to them, they may feel this is not good, but they don't know how to address it. So I think there is, if you talk about child sexual abuse, I think there is a world to win here in this area. If we become more aware of those borders between what is normal, healthy, and what is on the border of not being normal. And we start to create an open dialogue about this with colleagues, with parents, with teachers, with children. Then this contributes very much to preventing abuse and also to recognizing and more reports. So today we will discuss a certain methods that we can use in identifying inappropriate sexual behavior. It is called the Sexual Behavior Traffic Light tool, referring to a traffic light, as you can see here. It is developed by an organization, I think it's based in the UK, and it's called Brook. If you are interested in this, I will give you a brief overview of the basic principles of this method. But they also have a website. Just search on Google, Sexual Behavior Traffic Light Tool. And you can also even do an online training with them, but it is in English. So you can only do that if you can follow an English training. But I think today we will go over the basic principles. It is important to keep your workbook close to you. So if we go to page 18, there you see advice number 3, identifying inappropriate sexual behavior per age. And there you see some pages with tables. This is what we are going to address right now. So most of what I'm saying is also again in your workbook. So don't worry if it goes too fast or you miss something, or maybe the translation makes that some things that I say are not reaching you. Don't worry, it's also in the workbook. So the Sexual Behavior Traffic Light tool. The intention of this tool is to understand healthy sexual development of children and distinguish it from harmful or potentially harmful behavior. Because some behavior may not be right, but it does not necessarily lead to harm for a child, but it can be. So sexual behaviors can indicate past, present, or future risks of sexual abuse. Therefore, it's important to distinguish this behavior. So before we talked about some types of situations or behavior may give you a gut feeling, a feeling that something is not entirely right. This traffic light tool is designed to support you in addressing that instinct. So it's your instinct that gives you the gut feeling, but you need the tools to follow up on that. And this tool is one way to use. So the aim of the tool is, it helps professionals to identify, understand, and respond appropriately to sexual behaviors in children. But the focus of this tool is behavior of children themselves. And it supports with the identification of potential child sexual abuse. However, it is not a detecting tool. So this is important to keep in mind. It can support you in detecting, identifying, but it's not a tool which has a focus on identifying child sexual abuse. And also, it's not a replacement for having safeguarding procedures in place. So it's not enough in your organization to only use this tool. You should still have a child protection policy and child safeguarding policy. And what this all means, this is what we will talk about more on the last day of the training, on day 3, next Friday. The purpose of this tool is to help you in making consistent and informed decisions that neither stigmatize nor criminalize young people. So it allows you to address their behavior in a consistent way, but not with the intention of judging children, because this is not beneficial for their development eventually. keep in mind dealing with unhealthy sexual behavior at an early stage can help to prevent subsequent sexually harmful behaviors from developing. So very important in preventing child sexual abuse. And it is interesting for yourself to use, but I would also recommend to share this information with maybe your colleagues, because if all professionals in one organization or in one school or in one institution use the same approach, you create together a consistent, unified approach, and then you avoid that children or the young people that you work with get mixed messages about what is appropriate and what is not. It's good to have a unified approach if you work with children. And also good to keep in mind, this is a standardized framework, and it's developed in the UK. Keep in mind that cultural or contextual differences are also present when we talk about sexual behavior and sexual norms. So I don't know the context and the cultural in Belarus very well. So it is up to yourself to check if this material is also applicable for you. I think it is. I think it's very general, but there might be slight cultural changes. And this, yeah, you need to reflect on yours and also acknowledge that it may be different in different settings. So be flexible with this. So what is healthy sexual behavior? Well, there's a lot to say about that. We'll learn more about it. We look into the traffic tool in more detail. But keep in mind, this tool is not intended to judge behavior. It is only intended to detect which behavior is a green flag, a yellow flag, or a red flag. So knowing how to take a positive view and recognize healthy sexual behavior in children helps to support the development of healthy sexuality and to protect children and young people from harm and abuse. Many expressions of sexual behavior are part of healthy development and no cause for concern. So it is also, if you use the tool and then you see, oh, this is actually healthy behavior, this is also very useful information. It's not necessary to focus only on the behavior that is wrong, because identifying healthy sexual behavior in a child and then praising the child or complimenting or putting the focus on that also helps in their healthy sexual development. Okay, so how does the tool work? Oh. This information is also in your workbook. Yeah, so if you cannot read it here on the screen, I know there's a lot of text on the screen now. If you cannot read it, look in your workbook. It is on page 18. So how does this work? I also take the workbook with me. Yeah. So here you can see if you identify a certain situation or type of behavior and you assess the behavior, this can lead to a green flag, a yellow or amber flag, or a red flag. If it is green behavior, it is safe and healthy sexual development. So it's good behavior. Now, there's no need for concern. It is displayed between children of similar age and a similar developmental ability. This is a very important one. Sexual behavior between children of the same age is often more normal and healthy than when there is a big age difference. And also with the same level of developmental abilities. For example, a child with a mental disability who has sexual experience with a child who does not have the disability, then there is an imbalance, and the risk for abuse is higher. And green behavior also includes behavior that is reflective of natural curiosity, experimentation, consensual activities, and positive choices. So it's natural for children to be curious, to experiment, and depending on the age, this can be a very normal part of their development and healthy. Then below you see what can you do. So you could think, oh, it's green behavior, it's good, I don't have to do anything. But keep in mind, if you notice green behavior, it provides you with the opportunity to give positive feedback to a child and perhaps additional information. So it's not like if you notice, okay, nothing is wrong here, I can ignore it. Try to give positive feedback to a child, because you help in the development of the child. And keep in mind that all children and young people also have a right to experiment with relationships, right to sex education and be informed, because this is what they need to become healthy in their sexual development in the future, and to keep their lights green, also to keep in the green behavior. So there are also types of behavior, and we will move into examples of these types of behavior later. But there are also types of behavior that we consider amber or yellow behavior. These types, they have the potential to be outside of safe and healthy behavior. So they are not necessarily unsafe or unhealthy, but they have the potential to be. We need to be alert when we spot this type of behavior. These type of behavior, this may be unusual for this particular child. So if you know a child very well and you suddenly see changes in them, and you see a type of behavior that you do not recognize or that you find alarming, this can be yellow behavior. It can be of potential concern due to age or development differences. So when there's, for example, a big age difference. And it can be of concern due to activity type, frequency, duration, or context in which they occur. I will explain this more in detail when we go to the examples. If you spot yellow behavior, there is a need to take notice and to gather more information. So it's not so alarming that you directly need to act to stop the behavior, but you need to be alert, you need to pay attention, and you need to gather more information, find out more about the situation, the background of the child, in order to assess if you need to take action. Well, then there is also red behavior, red flag behavior. And clearly this is the type of behavior that is unsafe and unhealthy. So this can include excessive or secretive, compulsive, coercive, degrading, or threatening behavior. There can be involved a significant imbalance in power or age or developmental stage. So a big difference between the children involved. And yeah, it can also be of concern due to the activity type. So what happens, what behavior, the frequency or the duration. When you spot red behavior, this indicates a need for immediate intervention. Now we will discuss later what that may include, immediate intervention. Okay, So on the next slide, and this is also in your workbook, huh? Have a look, page 19 is where to start. Here are lists of types of behavior grouped per age. So the first box, and this is also the one you see here on the slide, this includes behavior for children aged 0 to 5. The next box is 5 to 9, and then it continues 9 to 13, 13 to 17. It is important to keep in mind there is a slight overlap, so 0 to 5 and then 5 to 9 again. So slightly overlapping in age. This is because certain behavior does not suddenly stop at 5 years old and suddenly start at 9 years old or something. So there is always a gradual overlap on all these age boxes, of course. Keep that in mind. Behavior of a child of 1 is very different than behavior of a child of 5 years old, obviously. Also, we talk about sexual behavior, but it may be a bit misleading and strange to speak about sexual behavior of children in the 0 to 5-year-old category. Because what does it mean actually, sexual behavior? If a child of 2 years old is playing with his own genitals, do we call this sexual? Not really. It's, of course, there is no sexual intention, but you know, for the sake of naming this tool, we speak about sexual behavior. But just keep in mind, it is not always the intention of a child to be sexual when they show any of these behaviors. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so if you look at the first box, age 0 to 5, if you look in the column of the green behavior, you see a list of types of behavior that are normal for children of 0 to 5 years old. So some examples are playing with genitals and also showing interest in another child's genitals and attempting to touch them also. It is not red flag behavior, it's normal green behavior. Enjoying being naked. They want to learn. The purpose of this type of behavior is exploring and learning. They want to learn what their body is and what the body of another child is. They also start learning what the difference are between girls and boys. It becomes a bit more alarming. And again, I want to stress this does not necessarily be problematic, but you need to be more alert when, for example, they become very preoccupied with adult sexual behavior, or when they start using adult language when they talk about sex or sexual behavior or body parts. When they become not just normal curious, but more obsessed with touching their genitals or those of others. Or for example, when they talk about sexual activities that they've seen on TV, which is also not normal in this age. You know, so these things that I notice now, these are yellow flag behaviors. And if you spot them, this is actually a chance to start talking to the child about it, or to make sure that you are alert and gathering more information. It's not necessarily something that you need immediate action on. So when it becomes red flag behavior, this can include forcing other children to touch or be touched, simulation of sexual activity. This is not normal in this age group. Children are supposed to not know about that yet. if they penetrate with objects, that's happening, but that's also not normal behavior. These type of things, if you notice them, then this is then you need to take immediate action. And this can include many things. I mean, this doesn't mean that you should run to the police directly. This is a bit overreacting, but you need to start talking to the child, perhaps talking to the parents, also talking to a colleague to discuss what should be done, following child safeguarding policies, things like that. We will discuss next steps later on. So this is one example of the how behavior, sexual behavior, can be grouped into green, yellow, or red flags, only for age group 0 to 5. In your workbook, you see these type of boxes for the other age groups as well. I'm not going to address all of them because you can read through them. Otherwise, it becomes a bit boring. So I will now move on, and you will soon start to do an exercise with this. And then you can, when you do the exercise, you can also use your workbook to look the behaviors up. Yeah. So, of course, it can happen that you come across behavior that is not in this list, in one of these lists or tables. Actually, that is very interesting. And also, if the behavior is in the list, then still the questions that are listed here on this slide, and these questions, they are also in your workbook. These are very important to if you want to assess a certain situation. So question 1, is the behavior consensual for every child involved? Is everybody agreeing with the behavior? Question 2, is it reflective of natural curiosity or experimentation? Question 3, does the behavior involve children of a similar age or developmental ability? Is the behavior excessive, coercive, degrading, or threatening? Is the behavior appropriate in the context, situation, and physical space? For example, 2 children of 13-year-olds kissing. It's not alarming. It's not yellow or red flag behavior. I have 2 children of 13 are kissing, but when they do that in front of the class in a classroom, it is very strange because it's not a normal context to do that. So this is a behavior that should be addressed and discussed with them. And also an important question to raise is, are other children showing signs of distress as the result of the behavior? Because it can happen that 2 children show behavior and both of them seem fine with it, but it is alarming for other children around them. And that also makes it, can make it inappropriate and also harmful for the other children. Of course, even with these lists and with these questions in mind, you can still be unsure. What you can do then is realize always that what you can do is, try your best, but you cannot solve everything, of course. Huh? So you only need to be alert, observe, and gather information. You can discuss the situation with your supervisor, with a safeguarding lead in your organization, or with a colleague. It's always good to involve someone else because you can check with each other. And also, it is important to talk to the child when you are concerned about abuse. In your workbook, on page, page 22, there are also a list of advice tips that you can use when you address an inappropriate sexual behavior with a child, when you talk to a child about it. So now I want to move on to the exercises. I had 2 exercises in mind for this topic. I think we can do at least one right now and maybe both. So group facilitators, I would like to ask you to start with exercise 10, the quiz. And everybody can use their workbook because this exercise is intended to practice with the tables and the age group signs. So please start with this, and I think just let me know in the chat when you're finished, then I will come back and then we will see if we start the other exercise or that we will do the lunch break first. Okay? Okay, good luck. Thank you.
Могилев, мы завершили упражнение.
Боровляны тоже готовы. Мы завершили.
Yes, hello. Do you hear me? I just also wrote in the box, maybe in the chat, you maybe read it. So you can go have lunch now from 1 to 2. At 2 o'clock, come back, do the energizer. And then at 2:15, we will all meet again. I will be here as well. Okay? So I don't know if you've heard me. Okay, good, great. Have a good lunch, bye. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. And I saw you guys moving around, so it looks very funny from here. In both groups, we're very active, so yeah, that was good to see. Good to have some physical exercise as well, because it's a long day. I realize that. So we will now move to the second part of today. What we did in the morning was we looked at signs of child sexual abuse, and then we continued with identifying and distinguishing inappropriate sexual behavior from healthy sexual development. And you did already a quiz about that. But I have another exercise in mind about this, and we didn't manage to do that before the break, so I want to ask you to do this now. So group facilitators, please go to exercise 11 in the manual. Everybody will work in small groups. And I want to ask you to take not more than 20 minutes for this, to speed things up a little bit. I think this will be enough for the small groups to discuss their case. Maybe there will be not so much time anymore to discuss all cases plenary, then you can skip that part. I think it's mostly important that each group discusses one case together, and if you have the time, you will share it with the rest of the group at the end, but if not, you just come back to me. So in 20 minutes, so that will be 14:35, we will be all back here. Is that okay? Okay, great. So good luck and see you later. Is everybody ready? I see Mogilov is ready. I'm still waiting for the answer of the other group. Boroviani, are you also ready? Oh. Ready and discussing. Okay. I am not sure if that means we can continue. I give Boroviani another few seconds. Okay, great. I see a thumbs up. Good. Okay. So I will continue. So you did 2 exercises now, with distinguishing healthy from inappropriate sexual behavior. Oh wait, I see everybody switching tables in both. Yeah, maybe it's better if I wait a little bit. I'm sorry. Boroviani, please give me a sign when I can continue. Yes, okay. Okay, so you did 2 exercises using the sexual behavior traffic light tool. I want to know, is everything clear, or are there any questions or problems that have been arising during these 2 exercises?
Ну, было много вопросов. И дискуссии просто не останавливаются, могут следить до настоящего времени. Вот.
Please tell me.
Ситуациям, что они неоднозначны, и их можно трактовать по-разному. Вот. И как бы Мы спорили по каждому случаю.
Yes. Thank you for sharing that. That's actually, I think that's normal. There is, you are right that most of these cases can be interpreted differently by different people. And also there might be cultural or contextual differences in how we interpret these kind of things. Depending on the, for example, if you work in a context with children who come from other backgrounds or children who have disabilities, you might interpret it, different behavior differently. So it is normal and it's okay, I think, that you come to different conclusions. I think the value of these tools are in the fact that they create discussion and they allow you to discuss and reflect on behavior. As long as you do this jointly, also with colleagues, the process is, I think, still valuable. But if there are cases that you want to ask me about, that you have a question to me, then please let me know if there are specific cases that you did not understand or that you want to reflect on. Otherwise, I will move on to the next group. Okay, thank you. Mogilov, were there any questions?
Марина, секундочку, у нас технические вопросы.
Okay.
Вывод. Да? Первый случай у нас тоже разошлось мнение, зеленый либо желтый цвет. Ну вот хотели бы ваше мнение узнать на этот счет.
Okay, so the case one, huh? Let me see, I have to read it myself again. Yes, my opinion is that it is yellow behavior. I can see why you would say it's green, because it's not unregular that a boy and a girl of 15 years old have sex during a sports camp. Of course, it's not very strange. It is, however, so I don't think it's harmful or very alarming, but as a sports teacher or as a teacher, I think it is important, if this happens, that you do say something about it, because, and this is more for socialization purposes, children of that age need to learn and understand that it is not normal, nor is it very polite to have sex in a space where also other people are sleeping. So while we may understand the behavior and don't think it's very alarming, it is still important to address it at least and to talk about it, and not in a judgmental way, but it is good to explain to 15-year-olds that having sex is not a problem, but finding the right context, the right time and place to do that in private is important. That's what I would think. But of course, also here there can be different opinions about it. Was that clear enough? Okay, great. Yes. Any more questions? Okay, I see you nodding now. Okay, thank you. Okay, so that was a good question, and thank you. Let's. So I hope the traffic light tool is useful for you, and also especially the questions are useful. You know, when you are assessing situations and behavior of children yourself. I would now like to move on to the next part, which is about responding to disclosures. So a disclosure means that a child tells you about sexual abuse, about a personal experience. It can be that the child experienced it him or herself, so he is the victim, but it can also be that the child discloses about a situation from another child. For example, a boy hears from his friend that the friend is being abused. And then the boy in question can also disclose because he wants to help his friend. So when a child tells you about, and these kind of disclosures, they can happen spontaneously. They can also happen after you did the workshop with the children, because this may trigger them to talk about existing abuse. And it can also, of course, happen if you have used, for example, you used the traffic light tool and assessed behavior of children and then decided to talk to child about certain behavior. This can also lead to a disclosure of a child. So in any of those cases, it's important to be aware and also that you know what to do next. So I'm going to give you a little bit of advice. For all this advice, I also want to refer you again back to the workbook. In the workbook, also this advice about how to respond to and react to disclosures is written down. So you can read it later on, but you can also read it whenever you need it. If it happens, you can also take the workbook and look in if there are useful information for you there. So please keep it and look at it later on. The first and the most important advice that I have for you is, if a child discloses to you, believe the child. It seems a very simple advice, but very, very often it does not happen. Very often adults tend to not believe the child when they talk about abuse. This has many reasons. One reason can be that the child does not know directly how to verbalize what happened to him or her, so it can sound, the whole story can sound strange to you in the beginning, or maybe like if the child has made it up or is only trying to attract your attention. This is normal that it may feel this way, but keep in mind that this is also a normal part of disclosing about abuse. And very often it's also difficult to believe it as an adult, because it also triggers our own emotions and feelings, and it's you know, so we sometimes tend to try to avoid that by just not believing it. But if a child discloses, it is very important to keep in mind that only very few allegations of child sexual abuse turn out to be false. The majority is actually real, or at least something is happening. So it's always good to start with believing a child. As it said also here in the picture, the first time a child tells about abuse may be the only time. Very often they have come a very long way before they disclose to you. They have thought about it, they have been scared, they have doubt, and then finally they decide to disclose. And the way you respond then can make a big difference for that child. And it affects the way they will heal and move forward from the abuse. So your first reaction is important. There are some reasons why children keep abuse secret, so why they do not disclose, which often happens, as we already know. Huh? Many of the cases of abuse go unnoticed because the children do not talk. This is because it's very difficult for children, and everybody can relate to that, I think, because we all know that if something happens to us which harms us, which is difficult, which makes us feel ashamed of ourselves, then it's very difficult to tell people. So this is the same for the children, of course. What is also made true is that they may not understand what happened to them, or they don't even realize that they are a victim of abuse. Especially for younger children, it often happens that the abuser pretends like it is a game, or if the abuser is a father or an uncle or a family member, then and children are growing up with abuse, then they may think it's normal. Children may also not have the words yet to describe it, so they may know it's not good, but they don't know how to describe it. They may fear the consequences if they speak out. They may think nobody will believe them. They may be too ashamed or feel guilty. Many children have the feeling that it is their own fault. They are to blame themselves because the abuse happens to them, so they feel guilty. Also, the perpetrator may have made threats. They say things as, if you tell anyone, I kill you, or sometimes they threaten family members. So this makes children, of course, very, very scared. Another reason, especially if the abuse happens in the home, may be that the child fears to be removed from the home. Because even if a child is abused by a family member, this still does not mean that the child does not love his or her parents, even if they abuse them. So on the one hand, they may feel the abuse is not good, but that doesn't mean that they want to be removed from their family, and they may fear that happens. And it actually is often the case, of course. So it's not a very unrealistic fear. Children often think they were to blame for the abuse, and they will be punished. Also, it may be that out of empathy that children with the abuser that they do not disclose. They may not want the abuser to get in trouble. There are many reasons why a child keeps abuse secret. Then when a child does disclose to you or to someone else, what are the reasons for them to do it? To tell about the abuse? There are a lot of triggers, a lot of reasons, and these include realizing that the abuse they've suffered is wrong. So once they realize that it's wrong, they may disclose. And actually this shows the importance of awareness raising and also the workshops that you will do, because this also may trigger this realization. Another reason is not being able to cope with the abuse anymore. It's becoming too much. The abuse getting worse. Wanting to protect other children from being abused. This can also be a reason that they don't want others to be a victim like they are themselves. The desire to see the abuser punished, so revenge. Reaching a point where they trust someone enough to tell them. I think this is one of the most important ones. In order to disclose, you first need to trust someone. Otherwise, you will never disclose abuse to that person. And I think in day one, in the workbook, that you got on day one, there were also trust building exercises to do in a group or one-on-one with children. I think these are always very useful because every increase of trust may lead to more disclosure of child sexual abuse, although it will not be a direct consequence. It's not like you build trust and the next day they disclose to you. This is a process that takes time. But if you want to do trust building exercises, then please refer to your workbook day one. And then when someone notices signs, and ask them. So if you notice signs of abuse or inappropriate behavior, it's always worth to openly start dialogue and conversation about this with the child or with children, because this may also be a window for them, an opening to disclose. So there are 3 guiding principles when we talk about responding to disclosures. The one is listening, 2 believing, and 3 acting. Now you need to do all these 3 things, because how we respond to disclosures is critical to the way children move forward and heal from the abuse. Also here, good to keep in mind the element of control. When a child is being abused, the child loses all control of the situation. But they can have control, regain control about how to tell about the abuse, about the disclosure. So keep that in mind when a child discloses. Try to find small things to give them some control back. So let's go to the first guiding principle, listening. Here are some tips. They're also in the workbook. Remain calm. Go to a private place where you can speak in privacy. Make sure you sit at the same level, so don't sit on a high chair or stand up while the child is below you. Make sure you are on an equal level. Listen, listen, listen carefully. Listening is the most important. Let the child use its own words. Provide plenty of time, and make sure you control any of your own reactions like stress or panic or shock. This might be difficult, but this is also very important not to make it even more difficult for the child. Not telling the child you are not alone. This is, I think, a good one also to start with. And then the next one, believe the child. That's what we already said. Believing is a very important thing. Reassure the child that you believe them. Recognize how brave they are for speaking up. And just telling them you are so brave. Thank you for sharing this. I really believe you. Those kind of simple sentences are very important for the child. Also reassure a child that it's not their fault, as they often feel guilt. Avoid intense questioning. You may be triggered to ask many questions, details, what happened, when, why, how. This is not your job. If the child discloses, it's just your job to make space for the child, but not to do an investigation. This is later, and this is something the police or any other agency will do. It's actually also better not to ask too many details, because this may interfere with later on questioning of the child and finding proof. And never use why questions. Always try to say what or how as why. Why did you do this? Why did this happen? Why were you there? So may implicitly tell the child that it's maybe their own fault that the abuse happens, and this is something you want to avoid. And then the third guiding principle, act. So then the disclosure happened. What do you do next? I will not go into too much detail about this now, but we also talk about it a little bit more tomorrow when we discuss child safeguarding. But in general, what is important is that you need to understand what your responsibilities are. This depends on your role. If you are a teacher, you may need to refer to someone else in school who handles these type of disclosures. But if you are the person for this, then you have other responsibilities. So this depends a little bit on your role within your organization. You need to make sure that health and safety needs are met for the child, and tell the child what you will do, so that you will tell your supervisor or the child safeguarding person in school. So make sure you tell the child, this is what I will do next. It's not your role to investigate. I just said that. And it's very important, the last one, you never confront the perpetrator on your own. This is not part of your job. And it's also not safe. You don't know what the person will do to you or to the child. A good question that you can ask a child is, what could I help you to feel safe right now? To see, even if it's small steps, it can still show the child that you are there to support them. So again, this is all in your workbook as well. Yes, and this is again the element of control. Try to give a child control back. While they are disclosing to you, never touch the child without their permission. It may be natural to tap them on the shoulder just to comfort them, but a child who has been sexually abused can have a very strong scared reaction to this. So don't do that. And if you want to do it, first ask the child, because that is what gives them back control, the feeling of being allowed to say no, and given the space to say no. And also see if you can offer them choices, even if these are really small things. For example, if the child wants to talk to you, you can tell them, okay, where do you want to go and sit down? In this classroom or in my office? Or in which chair do you want to sit? Or do you want to sit at the table or not? It's a very, very small things, but you give back a little piece of autonomy to the child in that sense. And that builds a little bit of their confidence, which is needed to be able to disclose. I will not go into this anymore in detail now, because it will take a little bit more time. But again, please go back to your workbook. There are also tips and advice there, also what you need to keep in mind when you, for example, need to report to the police, or other steps you may take. And one last thing I want to say about disclosures. It is very important that you keep this in mind, taking care of yourself. Taking care of yourself while someone is disclosing to you, or while you're handling a case or a report of sexual abuse, is very important, because it is not an easy job. It can also, as we said before, trigger a lot of feelings in yourself. You can feel sad and touched about the things that the child has gone through, but you can also feel anger, and you can feel stressed about the responsibility that's put on your shoulders, because you want, of course, to stop this situation for the child. You may feel also very powerless, because there is only so much you can do. For example, if you hand a case over to the police, there's not much you can do yourself anymore. You just have to wait during investigation. That can feel very frustrating. So all these kind of things, take that into account. Always pay attention to how you feel yourself, because if you don't feel good, you cannot help another person. Yeah? So it's always important to pay attention to that as well. Practice self-care, ask for support to your colleagues or professional counseling if you need to. And make sure, I think is always the most important, to share this with someone. Of course, there are cases of child sexual abuse and then that you may need to keep confidential, and you always have to comply with that, of course. But that doesn't mean that you can share about your experiences with someone without using names and details about the child. So you can, you can still share your feelings without naming the child or not observing their privacy rights. Okay, so I wanted to go to another exercise, but group facilitators, what do you think? Should we do the exercise now? It will take about 25 minutes, or should we first do another coffee break? Okay. Borofliani says we do it now. I hope Mogilev agrees. Yeah, okay, so we will do the exercise now. And after the exercise, so first group facilitators, I would like you to go to manual exercise number 13. In this exercise, you will again be in small groups. And first you will read a case and answer some questions about the case. And then in the groups, you will do sort of a small role play on how to respond to this case. And the rest of the group will observe and give feedback. Let's say we take at maximum 30 minutes for this exercise, 25. And after that, you guys will go and take your coffee break. So we will back and see each other again in 45 minutes here. Is that okay? Maybe you can give me a thumbs up if you agree. And of course, let me know if you have any questions. Okay, I did not see any response, but I assume everything is fine and that you will now continue with the exercise. If not, let me know here in the chat. Okay, great. Thanks. I see a thumbs up now. Great, thanks. Okay, perfect. But it's okay. Good luck, and I see you back here. I put the time in the chat.
Раз, проверка связи.
А вас слышу, Могилев.
Мы собираемся обратно, скоро будем готовы.
So, hello everyone. I see both groups are ready again. So please have a seat. And I will share the screen again because I seem to have lost it. I hear it. Can you hear me again? Okay, good. Okay, so I hope you had a good exercise with your role play and also a good break. Is there anyone who wants to ask or share something about the exercise?
Ну, например, в Боровлянах участники высказали такую эмоцию, послесловие, что очень тяжело было выйти из роли. После проигрывания ситуации как бы возникли некоторые сложности.
Okay. Okay. So thank you for sharing that. That is interesting, I think, and also very good and important that you noticed that, because these things can go often happen but go unnoticed. So yeah, it's very important to leave the role again and get it out of your system, and not to carry it with you. And this is not only for a role play, this goes in real life as well. If you are responding to abuse, it is very important to also leave the situation behind again and you know, be free of it, because otherwise you keep carrying everything on your own shoulders. So here is where self-care and taking care of yourself comes in. If you notice these things, take a break, go stretch your legs, walk around, talk to someone, go outside, do whatever you need to do to get rid of it, basically. Yeah. So first step is noticing. So that's great. And I hope for the persons who had this this feeling has moved on now, that they don't feel that anymore now. If so, then please do whatever you need, taking breaks or whatever to avoid that. Okay, so thank you. And nice to have some feedback. Thanks. Also, now I would like to continue with the next part. But I first need to. I lost my screen on my own screen. You can still see my screen, I think. Yeah, I can see it also on the camera. Okay, so here it is again. Okay, so already we are at the last part of today, and we will do this quick because we also don't have very much time anymore because we want to finish at 5. But I think it's going to be sufficient for this part, because I will keep the theory very short again, and then you will move on to practicing yourself again. So the last part of today is how to discuss and set boundaries with children. Because we have discussed signs of abuse, we have also discussed how you can identify or distinguish healthy from inappropriate sexual behavior by using the tool. And then we have discussed how to respond to disclosures. Now we go even a step back further. Because I said before, our role in recognizing child sexual abuse will be very limited. However, our role as professionals in preventing child sexual abuse can be very big on many levels. And one of these is to teach children about physical boundaries. This is this is very broad. You can do many things and address many topics which will be beneficial for children in this area. It starts by learning body parts and the names of body parts. Very simple, every child needs to learn this, but not every child learns this at home, in the home, in a healthy way. So it is something that as a professional who works with children, where you can play a role. And the next step is that children learn how to recognize their own boundaries and those of others. It is, it's important to realize that when children learn about these boundaries, this can help a lot in the prevention of sexual abuse, because children will be less likely to abuse another child or cross other children's boundaries, and they will be able to set and express their own boundaries. And of course, there may still be child sexual abusers who will not respect those boundaries. So we cannot put all the responsibility in children and see, and just think, okay, as long as they know what their boundaries are, there will not happen any abuse. Of course, it does not work like that, but it is an important step in preventing abuse. A child who knows how to express his or her boundaries will be less likely to be abused, either by a peer or by an adult. Because also adult child abusers may be turned off or pushed away by a child who expresses their boundaries. This is what we know from research. So it is a very effective strategy, basically, to teach children about boundaries and to learn them to increase their resilience, basically. So let's go to the next slide. This one. So when discussing boundaries, what I did is, in the workbook that you have, I put it several exercises. These can serve as examples. You can use them in your workshops with children, depending on the age group and also depending on what you like to do with the children. I wanted to give you several options. I divided them in 2 different age groups. So the first one we will address are children, basically toddlers and a little older, children between 2.5 years old until 6 years old. It is important to know about this age group, that children are exploring the world in this age. And this includes their own body, exploring their own body and body parts, and also the bodies and body parts of other children and other people. This is normal. And this is also something that is necessary for children to go through this process and to be able to be allowed to do so, especially in order to recognize where their boundaries are. So what is important to teach them in this period, in this age? It is important that they learn to recognize their own boundaries, and those of others. And also that they learn how to express it when someone does something that they don't like. So first they need to be able to feel it, and then they need to learn how to express it. And for young children, this means very literally that they learn the right words to use then. So start with teaching them the names for body parts, but also the names, the words that you can use for different feelings that you have. And how to say you don't want it, and how to express that verbally and non-verbally. And also it's very important that these children learn that it's okay when you say you don't like something, and that they can practice with that. Because of course, especially in this age group, children are very dependent on adults, and normally we teach them to behave and to obey. So it can be a sort of a challenge also for some children to say that they don't like it, and to know that it's okay if you say these things. Yeah, and of course they need to learn how to respect other children's boundaries. So it may be very new for them to hear that a child doesn't like something, and that they then are not allowed to do it. So what you basically should do with this age group is building resilience without specifically addressing dangers or risks. So you will not talk about child sexual abuse, the topic as itself, to this age group. I mean, I think it's logical that a 3 or 5 year old, they don't understand what it means, and it's not necessary that they understand that at that age. But you do teach them, this is your body and this is yours, and you are allowed to tell people if they can touch it or not. So, and then if we move on to a slightly older age group, 6 to 9 years old, a lot of it is the same, actually. They are also still exploring the world around them, including their bodies, including other people's bodies. Their bodies are changing and growing. So they are exploring their changing bodies. But they also start having different feelings. For example, they may start falling in love with someone. And another thing is that, and this is normally happening already at a very young age, children start using the internet and exploring maybe even social media. It's a bit different in every country at what age children start doing this, but I know here in the Netherlands it starts younger and younger, and sometimes children of even younger than 6 actually already know how to use a smartphone to play games. And this is an important phase to also start addressing boundaries online. So it's not only in the physical world, also online. Children should learn what is normal to share with other people, and with whom, and what not, and that they are allowed to say no to things that they don't like. What is good to keep in mind if you work with 6 to 9 year old children is that they are less open than younger children in asking questions. But it doesn't mean that they don't have these questions. Actually, they may have even more questions, especially when it comes to the body and sex, sexuality, relationships. So again, here it's very important to create trust first, to create a safe setting in which everybody can feel comfortable, in which nobody judges, and to create an open climate to talk. So this is actually all I would like to say for now about children's boundaries, because I think this is a topic which is easier to practice just by doing. I would like to refer everyone to the workbook. And let me see, I also taken myself. And for the group facilitators, please go to exercise 14 in the manual. The workbook. If you have the workbook in front of you, you go to page 13. So on page 13, 14, and 15, you will find some exercises that you can do with children. You can do this during the workshops, but you can basically do this always when you work with children, this type of exercises. What I want to do now is take some time to just practice these. These are very simple exercises, of course. I think it would be nice if we go in small groups again, and every group picks out one or two. I think we have time for 2 exercises per group, and just try them out, just to see how it goes. If you eventually will do a workshop with children, you have already practiced a little bit and see which one you like to do and which not. I would advise to the group facilitators, make sure that there is a little bit of a division between the exercises within your group. So all exercises are being done by some group. Yeah, just take 10 minutes each exercise, do 2 exercises per group, and then share plenary how it went, if you think they are useful, and then come back here. Let's say we will be back here in 25 minutes again. Is that okay? Okay, great. Mogilov says yes. And Jan says yes as well. Okay, thank you very much, and see you soon. Okay, it seems as though everybody is ready. As you can see, I'm in the sun. I don't know if you see me, but it looks a bit strange with all the sun here, but I cannot do anything to avoid that. Okay, so let's see. I hope the exercises went well. Anybody who wants to give a reaction or has a question?
Проявляем вопросов нет, благодарят за материалы.
Okay, thank you.
Спасибо.
Good. Thanks. Mogilov also doesn't have a question. Okay. Since I don't hear anything, I'll just move on. Okay, so I just assume that the exercises went well. I hope this will be useful for you in the workshops later on. Okay, so it's almost, it's actually already 10 to 5. So let's start with wrapping up the day. It has been a very long day, again, with lots of information. Also, you may be tired because it is still a difficult topic, but also you have been very active. We're doing a lot of exercises, a lot of interaction, talking, role play. So I think it's enough for today. I tried today to limit the amount of theory. I hope that was received well. I will maybe hear after we finish the training, I will hear from the group facilitators. It is still also for me quite difficult to check in how things are received on your end. There are just the limitations of online facilitation of training. But I think so far we all managed to do quite well. Okay, so end of the day 2 it is today. Some important messages that I hope you have received today and that you will take with you in your work and in your work with children. First of all, it's important to know signs of child sexual abuse, but also to recognize and understand that this alone cannot save children. So knowing the signs, we often tend to focus on, oh, I have to spot for signs of abuse to stop it. It is important, but it's just a very limited aspect of preventing child sexual abuse. And there is much more you can do to prevent abuse from happening, even before events happen. So it is important, but it is also limited. And there is a world to win in prevention by becoming more aware of the borders between normal and healthy sexual behavior and, on the other hand, inappropriate sexual behavior. I hope that was also clear from today, that how to make this distinction, how to discuss these kind of issues together to find out where the borders are, what is normal, what is not normal, and how to address it. I hope the sexual behavior traffic light tool was clear to you, and I hope it will be usable in the future. Further, an important message of today is that the way we respond to a disclosure of a child is critical for the child in how they can move forward and heal from the abuse. So you have a very important responsibility when a child discloses to you. This is not to make you scared or something that I said. It is just important to realize the way in which you explain that it should be sensitive and empathic is very important for the child and the rest of this child's life, basically. And then last but not least, teaching children about boundaries, physical boundaries, builds their resilience. And this works preventative. Basically, this is a way of preventing child sexual abuse and also builds children's confidence. So this was the wrap up of today. One more time, are there any questions about the content of today? No. Mogilov, no questions. I can see you nodding. Boroviani, you said something in the chat, maybe? Also, no questions. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Then before we finish, I would like you to debrief. It's always important to debrief. You have noticed that before today, after also the role play, it may be difficult to step out of the role. It may also be difficult to step out of the subject after this training. So one of the ways of debriefing and letting go of everything that you have discussed today is by checking in with your neighbor. So please talk to one of your neighbors. It doesn't matter who it is. And please just take 2 or 3 minutes very quickly, but share how you feel, what you learned, what you like, what you not like, what else is on your mind. It doesn't have to be a deep conversation. Just take a few moments and then come back. So I think most of you are ready. If you're not ready, please feel free to continue your conversation with your neighbor or with anyone else after the training. So this was the end of the day. For now, I would like to thank you. I cannot pronounce this, but it should say thank you. Thank you for your attention today. Thank you for participating so actively. That was very nice. I think we have done a lot today, so take time to relax tonight. Let it all sink in. We will be back here again on Friday in the morning for the last half day of the training. On Friday it will be a bit different. We will talk about child safeguarding, which is a little bit more about policies and what your organization needs to have in place. We will discuss a little bit about online violence, online sexual violence, and also we will reflect back on the experiences that your own experiences in your own work that you have shared on day one of the training. And we will reflect back on those now with all that we have learned in the training. So these are the things that we will do. You will also get a certificate on Friday, not from me, of course, directly, but from your group facilitators, I think. So I look forward to seeing you again Friday. And after today, if some questions arise, please write them down and ask them to me on Friday. Feel free to do that or by email, of course. Okay, so have a great day, everyone, and see you Friday again. Bye-bye.